Test, test, test. Try something new today, folks. I'm not using Restream, so we'll see how this works. Directly to YouTube. Subscribers only? No, it's not subscribers only. Oh yeah, it is subscribers only. Yeah. In the chat. To be able to chat, you have to be a subscriber for at least 5 minutes. That's a setting I always have. Interesting. How you doing, Dead and Helmet? I have to monitor the stream today, see how it goes, because I'm not using Restream at all. I want to see if it's causing me grief. So this is I'm streaming directly to YouTube and YouTube only, using their servers and blah blah blah. So let me know what you think. So far it seems pretty good. Got my KPPS all set up properly. Let's fix this camera, it looks too big. So far so good. So far so good. There we go, full screen. Shoo-doo-doo-doo-doo. So I started the stream today using Restream, and within about 3 minutes it disconnected and reconnected again. I'm not going through this again. So I killed that stream, and now here we are again. Changed a few things. Hopefully this will be fine. It seems to be okay. At least on my end, and looking at YouTube, it seems okay. Excellent connection, blah blah blah. Who knows, maybe it's better. Let me close that. Yeah, I think it is Restream, to be honest with you. Something's up, maybe with the servers I'm using that I'm connected with. I don't know. But this is okay with me. I don't even know why I really use Restream. I used it originally because I wanted to stream to different platforms at once, like Facebook, which I've done, Twitch and YouTube, or multiple YouTube channels, because I have more than one channel. I've done that, and it's good for that. But for a long time now, I haven't been really doing that much. It's just YouTube. So my mental state was, oh, let's use Restream because it seems to be better. In my experience, it's better than the servers on YouTube. So let's just stick with Restream. But of course now it seems Restream has got some issues. It changed my layout a little bit on OBS. I now have access to the YouTube chat, as well as the Chat Ninja. I don't know why I need two of them, but I got two of them. Which is kind of nice, because sometimes I have to bounce between them, right? Chat Ninja is cool because I could click on the stuff there and put it up on the screen. Primary email. I have lots of email addresses. I typically follow 4 of them. But the main ones I use are on the screen right now. That PayPal one I use for PayPal. That's just PayPal. Don't email me to that one. Unless you want to send a donation. Where's the one in the bottom left corner? That one right there. That's my main business email. It's actually my main email, period. forgeandbrush@yahoo.com. That's my main one. But that PayPal one, I do not get messages through. That's strictly PayPal. Well, you could do it on Discord. If something happens, you could let me know that way. Because I always have Discord open. I won't always check the email while I'm streaming. Best way for that is Discord. I'm always on that, and I get my alerts on there. I appreciate that. Gonna work on anything today, Dennett? Maybe a little Turnip 28? We're all gonna get into Turnip 28 at the same time. That's what we're gonna do. And we're all gonna get creative, right? So that's what it's all about. I think my Turnip 28 faction would be, it would look like a 100 Years War army with lots of wackiness. But I'd have some Napoleonic themed black powder units in there too. But I like the medieval type look of those guys with their big swords and halberdiers. Have some guys in there from the Italian wars. Lunchknechts, things like that. That would be awesome. I would go with a theme like that. And I guess that's what it's all about, right? You don't have to just have a black powder Napoleonic armies. Twenty Werwolfen, Foot Knights and such. Getting ready for my inaugural Greyhawk video. Is this going to be your first video? I don't remember. Did you put up some videos? I can't remember. I'll look forward to that. Unique artistic builds. Yeah. Yeah, that is kind of what it's all about, right? Gotta have something in mind. And I do, and I don't even have the rules or play it or anything. I kind of would enjoy that. It'd be a nice little side project. Something I've always got going on the side. I'm building up all these factions of weirdness. How you doing, Marshare? Yeah, when is it going to be posted, Dennett? What's the day? If you got one in mind. He's not sure yet, I'm guessing. I'll be sure to promote it. Got to support each other here in the community. That's what it's all about. Share the mode. Oh, that's like the worst possible roll I could have made. That is the worst. So that roll is a no, no, and no. with misfortune. That's pretty rough. That is the worst. So not only is the door locked, but it's also trapped. And not only that, the trap goes off as you look at it. That's how bad that roll was. Yeah, kind of like rune dice. You could buy them. I just made my own. I'll eventually buy them, I think. And I could use these with any game. Because I love using oracles. Any kind of oracles in my game. I've said that before. My RPGs. And this is a really good one. I like it. I like it a lot. I don't know what it was for. I guess, is the door locked? Maybe that was the question. So I got a triple no, which is as no as you, that's as deep a no as you can get, with a misfortune. So something bad happens at the same time, a complication. So the way I'd weave that is something like, yeah, the door is locked for sure. It's definitely locked. Well, actually, it was all no. So no, the door isn't locked. All right, I'm reading it in reverse here. So the door wouldn't be locked in this case. Completely unlocked. In fact, it's partially open. And what I'll do for a misfortune, there is a misfortune. There's a complication to it, though. So what would that look like? I mean, it's definitely not locked. Definitely not locked. A good misfortune. Well, it could be as simple as, well, there's a trap. Tripwire or something. They don't know it. So, yeah, it's probably maybe a trap. That would be the misfortune. I would say something like, you look upon the door and it looks quite inviting, actually, and well used. In fact, it looks to be partially open. It looks very inviting. What a stroke of luck, you think to yourselves. What do you do? Hopefully I can entice them to actually just go up to the door in their excitement without actually checking for traps. And that's when I spring the trap. So I guess in a way, I was thinking about this. I like to roll dice in the open, but I also like rolling in secret. I was thinking about the oracle dice. I would like to roll them publicly so people can see, and then I'll weave the results. But now that I think about it, I don't want to give away the fact that there's a misfortune with that, do I? Especially in this case. There's a trapped door, even though it's partially open, well used, and very inviting. And wafting through the door, you smell roses and flowers. It's beautiful. Or maybe cooking food, fresh bread, lies beyond. But that misfortune would give it away. They'd be a little bit, uh-oh, everybody hold back. I don't trust this door. Something's up. You know, so I think that would be it would be wise to keep these rolls secret. Or you know what? You know what? This fourth die, this is known as the fortune die, and it's part of this roll, right? This die should always be secret. Because if the players see that it's 3 no's or 3 yeses or whatever, okay, that's great. That's not a big deal. Doesn't give anything away. It's just that's the result, and we're going to go with it together. But this fortune die, whether there's a complication or stroke of good luck, they shouldn't see that. Should never see that. That I'd keep secret. That's what I'll do. That sounds cool to me. And I'm sure there'll be times where I keep all of them secret. Yeah. See how we solve that live here? Reminds me of the Star Wars RPG from Fantasy Flight. Oh, Fantasy Flight. Okay. Yeah, it does actually. They got all kinds of funky dice in that game. They use a similar dice system. Symbols. It's all symbols. I don't know if I'm a fan of that though. I don't. Symbols. I like my numbers. I don't want to use symbols to mean things. I like my numbers. But I get why they'd use it. There's too many symbols, though. It kind of gets out of control, right? I want in on your game. What rule set do we use? I got you in the group in there. I'm leaning heavily towards where I got the Oracle from. What's it called? It's Tales of Argosa. Very heavily towards Tales of Argosa. About 90% chance that that's what I'm going to go with first. And start a long-term campaign with it. And Hyperborea would be my next one. But again, long-term campaign, baby. And I think that's all I can handle for the moment. And I'm going to be running a bunch of one-shots for different games. Monthly or something, I don't know. I'm going to be doing a lot of different games just to play them. But for a long-term campaign, I'm really liking Tales of Argosa. Good solid OSR game with modern mechanics and some really smart mechanics too. Really liking it a lot. And Hyperborea, just because I love the setting. It's all going to be set in Mythgard. The Hyperborea thing, I don't think I said this before, but Hyperborea, it's got its own campaign setting. It's Hyperborea, it's called. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to set it in Mythgard. There's a way to access Hyperborea on Mythgard. And I won't say how or where or how that works, but there is a way. So it's possible if we wanted, I could have player characters, be in both campaigns and kind of swap each other. And it would fit perfectly. Because that's the nature of Hyperborea. Lord Gasumba. I was listening to Lord Gasumba. Excuse me. They were talking about areas of Greyhawk where there would be skirmish battles. Mentioned border of Ulluk, and Pomarge. I watched that as well. Greyhawk Talk. They were talking about their personal campaigns. I'm kicking off fresh from 376CY before the Oust Gary Greyhawk Wars. Fritz, you fill up on players? I can. I haven't put the call out. I have no problem finding players, so I just haven't promoted it yet. But like I said, if you want the scoop on my next campaigns and game sessions and want to play in them, you got to be in the Discord server ideally, and be a rogue. I'll put you in the rogues. It's a role on the server. And you, Dennett Helmet, you're already a rogue. I put you in there so you can follow up. So any information about my games, they're in that channel, which is called the Rogues Den. I don't Squirrel. Squirrel's in there too, I think. If he ever wants to join one of my games, he'll be the first to know about it. Maybe he'll play in my Hyperborea. I missed it too. I did watch it though. You're going through all the different pages, none of which really interested me until later on in the stream. But there's some good stuff in there, all in all. I'm going to have to get some knock. I took a nap. I got up nice and early. I should have been up to watch that, I mean, I should have been up, but I took a nap right around sometime after 10, and I slept through the whole friggin' thing. And then I go on YouTube. I totally forgot about it, of course, because I do. I go on YouTube right around after it's over, and I see, oh, there's the stream, and I forgot all about it. So yeah. I keep an eye out and check it each day. No worries, brother. Squirrel's got me looking closely at Harn World. Yeah, he sent along some stuff about Harn World for me too. Norse Viking things. And they're really good. I mean, if you're stuck for it, if you want to start a campaign with a new game, Harn World's perfect for that. And it's very modular, so you could take whatever interests you. You don't have to take the whole freaking continent or whatever. You could just pick out these little nations and stuff, and there's your campaign start right there. Really great looking maps, NPCs, and everything's presented in a generic fashion, so you could use it with any game. My streams are short, sporadic at best. I think when you go into retirement, you'll probably put more effort into it. What do you say, Squirrel? You think? Think you could do more videos, more streaming? Stream is really good. Guys getting any problems? I'm not using Restream today, just directly to YouTube. What's this? Let me make this a little smaller. I just had I guess you could call it a lunch dinner. Although I'll probably eat again later tonight. I just had my sausage and potatoes and mixed vegetables with a nice ranch on it. Some warmed up Italian sourdough bread smothered in butter. Everything cooked in the oven with butter. Sausage. Some ham. A little salad of tomatoes and onions. Oh, it was exquisite. Right down the gullet, baby. Hi, Zadarak. I was just talking about my meal I just consumed like a half an hour ago. It was delish. Absolutely. Of course, not everything's all organic and fresh like yours is. Next year. Oh yeah, and I had some potatoes. I cook potatoes in the oven like every day. I snack on them. I cut them into little wedges and I bake them that way in the oven. Smothering them in butter and some salt. I just cook them right in the frickin' oven. They're like giant wedges. I'll probably heat up some more of them tonight, actually. It's pretty much what I eat every day. When things are tight, that's what I tend to do. I just eat the same thing every day. Just vary it up by the way I present it. That's all. My glasses are fogged up. It's Tuesday. You home? Squirrel, I assume you're home. Where have you been the past few days, actually? I haven't seen you. Haven't seen you either, Zaddy. I got that message from you on Discord. Max and you send your regards. What was that about? Where was Max? Was he streaming or something? I was looking all over the place to see if he was streaming. Maybe you were chatting with Max. Maybe that's what it was. I haven't seen Max in a while. There we go. That's better. Turnip 28. So far, stream is perfect. So yeah, it's looking like it was a restream. I'll have to go back to restream and check my settings there, see what's going on. Probably has something to do with their servers. I'll look through the list of servers that I'm popping into. Yeah. Might have something to do with that. Maybe it's sending me off to a server further away or some damn thing. But anyway, we're on YouTube today and it's pretty good. It's pretty excellent so far. In fact, there's a little option here where I can monitor the YouTube stream over on LBS. YouTube chat, Chat Ninja, chat, YouTube live control panel. Let's see what that is. Wants me to sign in. Google. I don't even remember. I think I remember. Let's see. That should be the account. Password. I don't think that's it. try that one. No. No. Let's try this one. Nope. I'd have to go to my... Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Google! Okay, where is it? Guess I'll do this later. I may very well have turned my grandnieces on to miniatures painting. They both seemed to enjoy the stuff that I have done. Well, that's good news. How old are they? Jake is 9. That's good news. Jake loves painting. When I had him on here last weekend, I never actually painted with him before, just him and his dad, and he paints by himself. So that was my first time seeing what he's really like with painting. And he really took to it. I think he's going to really enjoy that aspect. 11 and 13. That's a little bit older than Jake. What's my goggles? Wow. That's a good age. They probably are getting into it. I don't think I'll have Jake painting 15mm infantry yet. I'm gonna try and get some more vehicles. I told Nerd's Nerd I'd download and print out some of the tanks that she has up there on her cults, excuse me. page. I know I need some Stugs. And that'd be perfect. If I can get him out before the weekend, he can paint those. I gotta come up with something. When I get Kill Team, I'm gonna have him paint up his own faction right there out of the box. I don't know which one he's gonna want to paint though. That'll be an interesting decision. Okay, we got one guy. Almost. Let me see here. I'm gonna try and finish the last of the infantry today. I got 11 guys, I think. I'm gonna get them all done. So I'm gonna be pretty focused today. I don't hear the chat. Let me click that, double check the stream. I hope it didn't die. Gotta monitor that. Still going. That's good. No problems. Good, good, good. So a pessimist and a pacifist walk into a bar. Is that a... He's wearing a smock. Ah. He's got a smock on. And I think I want to keep it a smock. So, gonna have to paint over that. That's okay. That's okay. When is Squirrel streaming again? Got your fans, Squirrel, got your fans. That's right. Matt got some nice Kings of War content I've been watching as well. Yeah, he's all about the Mantic stuff. Right now it's Kings of War. Another good channel. This guy's got one of those ammo magazine pouches for a schmizer. Oh. Okay. I think I got these 3 done. This guy's got a smack. All right. 2 more guys. Ugh. My back. Starting tomorrow. Damn. Damn. Yeah. 3-hour drive. Where are you going? Pittsburgh? Uh-oh. What's this? Keep an eye out for new dinner ideas from Squirrel and I over the coming weeks. What's going on, Zaddy? We have found some new yummy recipes. That's what's going on. All right. Awesome. Somebody's going to be eating good, and somebody's going to be salivating. For sure. I'll look forward to that. Some new stuff. Fritz, you done yet? I have 300 minis I'd like you to paint. I need them done in 5 days. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What's going on here? I bet you do, too. It's actually not a big deal. Just for the night, 1 shift. Yeah, that's not too bad then. Good. I gotta look forward to that. The recipes. Because we love to talk food and recipes here. And Zaddy is the queen of recipes here in the chat. That's right. That's right. Old Matt, he's a professional chef. He's a pro. He knows all the secrets. Secrets of the pyramids. Yeah. He's filled us in on a couple things. So food's a big topic, Dennett. I hope you like to eat. I do have a channel on the Discord. What is it called? It's called Homesteading and Food Porn. Food porn. Let's not get crazy. But yeah, over there, that's where we put all the recipes and anything about homesteading and off-grid living, bushcraft, the whole 9 yards. Because it's one of my great passions. All these meals we talk about, we always get all kinds of pics showing them off. Over there in the channel. By the way, in my campaigns, usually when I run games, I have PDFs to share with players if you don't have the hardcovers of the books. That includes both Hyperborea and Tales of Argosa, both of which I'll be running. So it's a good get me started for any of you guys that are playing in my campaigns. I'll make sure you got the rules. Got a recipe for a good medieval pottage? Probably featuring turnips. Always a popular subject here, turnips. Oh, this guy's got to have some chopping. I got to do some chopping. He's got a missing barrel from his SMG, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my Smart X-Acto, because it's like a razor, and I am going to cut that off. I'm not going to mess around with any putty or anything. I'm just going to cut it out. He's going to have something else in his hand. Who knows what it is? It doesn't matter, but it's going. It's disappearing. Oh, damn it. He's on the base. How am I going to do this without cracking it? Let's take that off. Let's take this off. Let's carve this out of here. This is the dangerous part. Hopefully I don't slip and cut myself. Perfect. It's plastic. What is it too bad? What's this on the leg? I'm gonna have to cut that. It looks like a weapon just hanging out there on his thigh. Gonna cut that out. That's better. And who knows what's in his hand, because I don't know. Take some primer. I'll give it a second shot here in a minute. You need to put a recipe in Discord. Got a recipe for good medieval pottage. The Watana Pinich restaurant in Bangkok, Thailand, claims to have one of the longest running pottage stew, a beef and goat soup that has been continuously cooking for over 50 years. Is that legit? Really? Wow. 50 years? Holy smokes. Can you imagine that? I have lots of venison and rabbit recipes. Do you really? Throw them in there. Put a couple in there and let us check them out and get us started. Okay, there we go. He's all set. So we'll let those last two dry. I'll work on something else. I'll work on some anklets or something. I'm gonna use some beige. This is for the smock, bread bag, and anklets. So what would you like to talk about today? What shall we discuss? Anybody got something in mind? I'm open. I'm open. What's going through your little noggins? What's going on in Nogginville? Beautiful weather, love it. Change of the seasons. Yeah, it's definitely changing. Start of the month, it all started to change dramatically. A lot cooler, especially at night. It's been down in the 40s. 50s seems to be normal. It takes getting used to for me. Just because I don't like it. Daytimes are nice though, I'm liking that. Just enough sun, it kind of reminds me of spring. It's still green. Oops, I shouldn't have painted those lapels. Or collar, I mean, I shouldn't have painted that. Because that's his tunic under there, not his smock. These guys almost look like they're wearing Fallschirmjäger smocks. They could be, actually. Even though they're not Fallschirmjäger. La da da da. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Wir sind da ist immer wohl. No. Okay, let's not sing too much of that. Wunder Teufel der Lagos nach dazu. Ha 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 ha. Let's not get crazy. And then we've got some bread bags. Right, where is it? I don't see it on this guy. I must have painted over it. Let's put it right here. There we go. Same thing here. Excellent. Oh, so bread bags, smock, anklets. This officer has a bread bag too. 'Cause why not? That's about it for him. He's got big old jack boots. Snow anklets. Logan's Run. That's one of my favorite sci-fis. And the original Battlestar Galactica. I used to watch that all the time. I had a little handheld video game back then. That was Battlestar Galactica. Got run over by the school bus. It also fell in the laboratory toilet. Yeah, I didn't have luck with that game. Did I miss anything? I was in the backyard. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. This time of day is actually pretty nice. The sun's going down. Or it's heading in that direction anyway. Sun's hitting just right. Really bright over the high, close to the horizon. It's usually pretty warm. It's a good time of the day. It's kind of like early morning too. Been dozing off watching the original Star Trek episodes. The original. I did that too recently. Can't beat the originals, man. Especially when you grow up watching that stuff. It just brings back good memories. Nothing beats Kirk and Spock, and McCoy, and Scotty, the originals. There isn't an episode I never watched. So everything is kind of like, I remember this. You try and remember it all as you're watching. Some of them are harder than others. Some of them I never forgot. Good choice, Squirrel. Good choice. I know what we'll do. We'll start a campaign of Star Frontiers. Who wants to play Star Frontiers? Star Frontiers. Oh, my back. Throw some dice while I wait. All right, what do we ask the Oracle? What do we ask the Oracle? Traveler's a good choice. I'm eventually going to play that for sure. Probably a one-shot. I want to play it a few times before I start thinking, let's play a little campaign like once a month or something. I'd love to do that. Let's ask a question. Somebody come up with a question. We're traveling through the caverns of death and destruction. It's dark. It's black. We're in search of a large room, a large chamber that's filled with some cult that practices dark things and is about to sacrifice somebody from the local village. We must track them down, Squirrel. Keep your swords close and shields even closer. And we're heading down these caverns. It's narrow and it's rocky, like it was cloven with pick and axe. Almost natural in some spots. We can see the water trickling from the ceiling and along the walls. Bloop, 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 bloop. We can hear it up ahead. Squirrel is scouting out. Not far behind, of course, is Dented Helmet with his dented helmet and a big halberd in his hand. He's scuffling with the dwarf, joking around like, "Oh, that silly halberd is useless in these tight quarters. What's the matter with you, human?" But still, Dented Helmet pushes on. Up ahead, you see what comes into view, Squirrel. You see what looks like a big open cavern in the ground, stretching as far as the torchlight will shine. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, and that's as far as you can see into this black pit going down, maybe hundreds more feet. But you don't see the other side. So what's the question? We got to come up with a question here. Come on. I want to roll some dice and get a question here. Somebody ask me some questions, and if I don't know it, I'll refer to the Dice Oracle, and we'll see what happens. Sound like a plan? You guys ponder. The clank of pots and pans brings up the rear, and there the halfling Zaddy appears with all of her big backpack and almost clumsy-looking utensils for cooking feasts every night that we set camp. The dwarf turns. "Quiet, Zaddy! Quiet! You're gonna wake up the enemy. They'll hear us coming a mile away." "Oh, pipe down, dwarf," says Zaddy. I don't know why I'm role-playing you guys, but come on. Give me some questions. What's a good question in this tight confine of a cavern with a big abyss in front of us? Losing my voice. These guys I gotta paint yet. They're done. And this guy got the anklets. Gonna do the bread bags. Gotta do the bread bags next. Look at all the sun damage on my hands. It's terrible. Prematurely aged, man. I know what we do. Squirrel gets to thinking in his head, everybody, hold up! And he pulls out his bow. It's a short bow. And he lights up an arrow. Well, he pulls an arrow and he wraps it with cloth and he dips it in the oil for the lamps. They don't have a lamp at the moment, but they got lamp oil. He just covers it. And but bring the torch over here, he says, and lights it up. And you can see the glow from the tip of the arrow. Everybody, hold still. And he walks up to the edge of the crevasse in the blackness. And he pulls back. You can hear the pull of the twine and the bow. And he pulls it tight. And he shoots off to the other side in the blackness ahead. And as it shoots across this cavern, what does it hit? What does it hit? It's 30 feet across with the torchlight. He's shooting a bow. Who knows how far that's going to go? But he wants to see where the edge is and where it lands. Does it shatter against a wall? Does it land on the opposite side, right in the rock areas where you can see how far away it is? Does he give away the position? I don't know the answer. That's when the oracle comes into play. Now remember, this die is secretly rolled. The fortune die. These three I would probably roll in the open. So Squirrel asked me, hey, what happens here? Does it land? I don't know. Let's see if the oracle knows. So the question is it right on the outskirt of 30 feet? Is it like right there? Like, is it close? Does it shatter right there? Right outside of the light? We'll ask it that. All right, so I'm going to say it's unlikely. So any yeses are re-rolled, unless it's the red. I'm going to say it goes beyond that. So let's see if fortune shines here for the squirrel. And it's right there, 30 feet away. The opposite edge. All right, so what we get here is a fortune. You guys wouldn't see this, but something good comes of this. We got 2 blanks and we got a no. So there's no yeses here. So there's no yeses to re-roll. So no, it's going to go on. But there's something good that happens when he shoots this bow. What would that be? All right, so we know the answer. It's not 30 feet away. It's probably well beyond that, I'm thinking. But what would be the good thing? Oh, I know. The arrow doesn't shatter, and it keeps shooting. So in that case, I'm going to say it's 60 feet away. And the arrow doesn't shatter. The flame does not go out. 60 feet away, you see the arrow just start to go downward. And as it does, it hits and skids along the ground. And it comes to a stop after hitting something hard. And you can see that that's a big boulder. So 60 feet across is this black crevasse going into nothingness. So, there you go. What's the next question? How to get across. It's 60 feet. Is there a 60-foot pole behind us that we might have left behind? Anybody got 60 feet of rope? I think it normally comes in 50 foot. You'd need 2 ropes. 2 ropes. Tie them together, you can fashion a bridge. If you can get the other rope on the other side, that's a hard throw, man. Not many people can throw 100 feet of rope. You guys ponder that. Maybe you got something in your backpack, ingenious. Otherwise, the adventure ends, and we're stuck. Yeah, maybe that halberd will come in handy. Chimes the dwarf. I don't know who the dwarf player is. I'm making him up. He's an NPC, I guess. I feel good. Well, I think we better turn around. This is dented helmet. I don't know how to get across. been a long time since I ran a game. I'm actually getting excited. It's been a long time. Okay, we got 2 more guys here. Anklets, bread bags. Can you describe the cavern again? Marshare, you're the dwarf. You weren't paying attention. You were making fun of Dennet Helmet and his giant halberd, an impractical weapon inside these caverns. They are narrow. They are natural. They are twisty and turny, damp and dark, slippery in spots. And after traveling through this zigzag, you've come to a crevasse, a chasm. You can't see the other side. You got a torch, 30 feet you can see at the edge. But the other side is beyond 30 feet. You're estimating at about 60 feet because Squirrel shot an arrow with his short bow that had a flame on the end, and it landed about 60 feet. That's where you can see it. So you got this big black chasm stretching 60 feet across to the other side. So there's an arrow on the other side just sitting there glowing. You can always go back the way you came. That might be risky because it was a long trek down here. There's 4 of you, including a halfling cook, a dwarf, that's you, Dennet Helmet, the human warrior with halberd, and this sneaky half-elf, Squirrel Hermit. He's probably a ranger, good with the bow. I don't know why I think ranger. He could be a elven warrior of some type. Passage is very narrow, 5 feet in most spots, but it gets as narrow as 3 feet. It's easy for you, the dwarf, to navigate. Not a big deal. But in front of the chasm, it's kind of widened out to like this 15-foot wide area, this flat surface. So you've got space to spread out a little bit. It's about 15 foot wide and about another 15 foot forward towards the blackness, the chasm itself. So there's a little shelf there that you're standing on, 15 by 15. No other way to go that you can see, that you notice, except across the black abyss, which is 60 feet away. How the heck are we going to get on the other side of that? I don't know. That's what the Oracle is telling us so far. Can we see the roof? The ceiling? The ceiling is, except in the cavern itself, where it's 8 to 10 feet above your head, in this open space, in the cavern area itself, you cannot see the ceiling. it just disappears. Again, your torch is 30 feet of light, so it's beyond 30 feet. It's cold, and it's echoey. It's wet, and it's damp. I walk the 15 feet. Any signs of a way to descend? Good thinking, good thinking. That's good dwarf solid thinking. Nay, I say, says the elf. We will sally forth. Let us attempt a lengthy bit of rope to an arrow. There you go. There you go. 60 feet across. Gonna have to get creative to get a big old hemp rope to the other side, unless you got some kind of special rope of elven make that's like hair and very light. I don't know. Let's ask the oracle and see if Squirrel has elven rope. That could make a big difference. And if he does have it, it's at least 60 feet plus. All right? Here we go. Here we go. You ready? Let's consult the oracle for the elven rope. Yes, Marsh, you are the dwarf. You don't get along with Den and Helmet. He's a silly human. Oh! We got a blank. You guys don't see this, but that's the fortune die. So that's actually kind of good that it's blank. But you got a yes. So you do have the rope. No complications. You do have enough length of elven rope. It's very lightweight. It's remarkably strong. And you could easily fashion that in an arrow and shoot it across without any problems. So there you go. You have it. You want to do that? There you go. So before you even got a grip on what's going on, dwarf, you look down into the blackness. Even your dark vision can only pierce so far. It's endless. Endless. Surely if you fall in there, you're good as dead. Is it an illusion? Who's to say? But while that's going on, we got the elf here very close by to you, fashioning an arrow with rope. He got clocked by the dwarf. That's what it was. Kalunk. There you go, there you go, there you go. It's a good thing I made Squirrel the elf. Otherwise he probably wouldn't have that rope. So you lucked out with that. Get yourself some elven twine, baby. Got some elven twineage. Got to break in our oracle here. We're going to do these guys. That's what she said. Well, we'll see what the elf does. He's got the twine. I imagine he's going to shoot it across. I don't know why he wouldn't. Let's see where my green is. I'm always misplacing this green. There it is. Always. What will the arrow be hitting and hopefully sticking to? Says the halfling Zaddy. Good question. That's for you to figure out. Well, you could pierce the darkness with your eyesight. Even the dwarf could do that. If he wasn't bringing up the rear, he'd probably be able to see what's on the other side of that 60-foot chasm. Of course, I could rule 60 feet is the limit of dark vision. Of course, if we're playing Argosa, what is the rule? There is no dark vision in Argosa. If you're in darkness, you're in darkness. That said, it does say something about elves and dwarves having better eyesight, more like low light vision, where they need light but they see it clearer. At least I know it says that for elves. I'm not sure about the dwarves. It says something about them. But there's no infravision, there's no dark vision, nothing like that. And I like that idea. Kind of goes against the old school thing, but at the same time it makes it more dangerous, which is an old school thing. So I'm all for that. Kind of like what Dragonbane does. Not this fancy vision stuff. I'll say outside of being able to see clearer when there's low light. Something like that. So you couldn't see across. But what you could see, the dwarf I'm speaking here, and probably the halfling as well, and the elf, you guys can see when you shot that arrow to the other side, 60 feet away, you can see the whole area around that where it landed, which we'll say is another 30 feet. You can see it clear. So if there's anything over there that looks like what? That's the question. You got twine and an arrow. You could fashion a lasso at the end of the arrow and take some crazy shot and hope you hook one of those stalagmites. Top or bottom. Stalagmite. Stalactites are the top ones, right? Because they hold tight. Stalactite. Stalagmite. They're the bottom ones, I think. Jeez, I can't remember. Elves are more dull than a sandstone warhammer, and twice as fragile, says Tenant Helmet. I like that. I will be the one sent forth first. Clanks forward Zadarax, pans and pots, banging on her backpack. Need to make sure I have a chance. There you go. Send the halfling across. Can anybody throw 60 feet? That might be Dennett Helmet. He's the strongest. He's the man fighter. Arr. Maybe we'll have to consult the Oracle and see how big and strong Dennett Helmet is. 60 feet. That's no easy toss. That would be a good idea, though. Boy, you need a wizard at this point. To make sure I have a chance, I always remember listen to lag tight at a teat as a teat. You know what I'm saying. My apologies for the speak to text. What is that? I always remember listen to lag tight as a teat. You know what I'm saying. Oh, I gotta love this typing stuff. There you go. Everybody go into speech to text mode. What are you speaking Japanese there, Squirrel? What's going on? That said, I pull upon the elvish rope attached to the arrow and see if the arrow landed. And it would be taut. Well, you didn't shoot it across yet. You don't know what you're going to shoot. So now the idea is kind of shifting to like, oh, let's toss the halfling across. Maybe the dwarf and human could just put their strength into it and lob her 60 feet across. What do you think? What do you think? I don't know, Zaddy. It could be the end of the halfling. Straight into the abyss. You wanted to go first. Here you go, halfling. Stalactites. Stalactites are the ones on the ceiling, right? What's the difference between a stalactite and a stalagmite?
That's a fun one. Stalactites hang tight to the ceiling, while stalagmites might reach the ceiling. So stalactite has a C for ceiling, and stalagmite has a G for ground. What other cave formations have you heard of?
Actually, let me look at my messages here. Well, the elven twine is what you got. If they throw you across, Zaddy, 60 feet over a black chasm of death, I guess the plan is you're going to be holding the twine, the elven twine, which is over 60 foot long, so there's plenty of excess. And you got nothing to hold on to except the twine. So if you fail and it doesn't reach the other side, they can hold the twine. So you'll just be dangling 60 feet off the edge. I think that's the plan. And they'll just pull you up and try again. We'll assume it's tight around your waist. So they tell you, "You'll be okay, Zaddy, don't worry," says the dwarf. "We got plenty of muscle here. We'll get you across. Come on, Dennet Helmet. Let's lob this halfling. She's not too heavy. Got to make sure you take the pack off, though. And then once you get to the other side, there's plenty of stalagmites to tie that twine, that elven twine around. They got the other end. And then I guess you can all kind of like pull yourself along. We're talking some checks there. That's risky business. One at a time, I'm sure. But I think that would be the new plan, because there's nothing obvious to shoot the arrow into on the other side. You can't shoot an arrow through rock. So, got to get the halfling over there to tie it off. Whilst they are doing that, says the dwarf, I check 30 feet back along both sides of the passage. Does anything stand out? Floor and ceiling as well. You can bounce off the wall. Let's find a narrowed area. Yeah, you might save an extra foot here and there, but it's not going to make much of a difference. It's going to be a 60-foot toss either way. 60 feet, Sadie. Are you up to the task? Are you a hero? All eyes are on you. Maybe lower her down to see if there's something on the side beneath us. Well, she's going to be, if you fail the roll, she's going to be down there. She's going to swing down, bounce off the wall. She'll probably be knocked unconscious. Ooh, there's plenty of oracle rolls here. All right, so that's the plan. Are you ready? Let's do a toss. We're going to have the dwarf and Dennet Helmet throw 60 feet a halfling. Okay, now the fighter Let's roll dice to see if the fighter's really strong. Okay, because he's the fighter. Dented helmet. You got to see if he's really strong. How lucky was he in his roll? So the question is, Oracle, is Dented helmet exceptionally strong? This will be important. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fortune. We'll see what that means. But we got 2 no's. He's not exceptionally strong. So we'll assume he's average. So let's ask the Oracle about the dwarf. Is the dwarf exceptionally strong? Or is he a little wimp? I'm going to say this one is likely. So we re-roll any no's. Well, the first no we get is going to be re-rolled. All right? Remember, I still got that fortune. I don't know what it is yet. Got another fortune. We got a yes. That's from the Hammer of the Gods, though, the red one. So that's a tiebreaker there. And then we got a yes and a no. Now these cross each other out. So what we're left with is a yes. So we got a normal yes with a bright sunshiny day. So the dwarf is considerably strong. And on top of everything else, he's the champion cinder block. He's the champion boulder tosser in his clan. So he's used to this. All right, so there's our fortune die roll. How do you like that, right? So he's got this. You guys got this. So if you work together, toss the halfling. Now we're going to roll this. All right, we're going to see if this happens. 60 feet, man. I don't know. Champion strong dwarf. He's a champion rock lobber. Human there. He's got leverage. You know, he's a fighter. He knows how to use his body right. He might not be exceptionally strong, but hey, the dwarf is, and he knows how to use leverage. The human. So there's going to be no penalties to this throw. Nothing to benefit you either unless you come up with something. I'll give you a minute or two to think about that. Would you like to change things up a little bit? Because right now it's just straight up. Might make it, might not. This is how the yo-yo was invented. No, you will not lower me down to get eaten by something. Dented helmet. Oh, I didn't roll it. If you want to change your mind, now's your chance. I approve the toss, says the elf in a melodic voice. I approve the toss. However, I must remain the cohabitation. I must remain the cohabitation. So, I ain't making the throw. So if you can come up with something creative or alternative to throwing, if you come up with something creative to make this a better in your odds toss, I'll make it more likely to get a success, all right? Removing the first no rolled. Which would mean no, you didn't make it. Otherwise, it's whatever they say. Granted, Zaddy's she's tied onto the rope. She won't disappear. It's good elven twine. She don't want to be lowered down. Unless the toss has failed. And she has no choice. It's called getting creative. All right, here's the roll. Here's the roll, Zaddy. Hang on tight. Here it comes. There's our fate. It's bad. It's bad. Misfortune has struck. It's the hammer of the gods has ruled no. Let's see what the twins say. This is a tiebreaker, by the way. A yes and a no cross each other out, leaving us with a no. Zaddy? I hate to say this. I could say the twine breaks with that. I really could, but I'm not gonna. You hear a grunt and a groan. And Zaddy, you can feel the air hit your face as they go back and forth. And you can hear their breath. They're heaving. They throw you as hard as they can. You hear a grunt come from the dwarf. And you launch into the air, into the blackness, towards the arrow that's glowing 60 feet ahead of you. And it gets closer, and it's closer. And you think you're going to make it, but all of a sudden, you feel the rope suddenly get tight around your ankle. Somehow it got wrapped and tangled around your flopping, flailing legs. And it was shorter, and you can feel it go tight, just short of the 60-foot toss. And you begin to descend. You immediately start thinking of a yo-yo as your body comes flying down rapidly. Thud! You hit the side of the wall. Now, we're going to ask the Oracle if this halfling is knocked unconscious, just for funsies. You're tied securely to the hair rope, so that won't happen. Let's see if she's knocked unconscious. No and a yes. It's a tie, so this breaks ties. So it's a yes. You are knocked unconscious. Oh no, says the dwarf. She's motionless. Pull her up. Pull her up. I don't see her moving. Looks like you'll have to try again. Question is, will Zaddy trust you to toss her once more? What a shame. That was terrible. Do I have any spellcasting? No, you don't. You don't. You're just good with a bow and talking to animals. You probably should be good at magic because nobody else is a magic user here. I'll say you have limited spell use, like the classic elf from D&D Basic. Yeah, we'll give you a little magic, just a little bit. I mean, you did actually have the elven twine, which is somewhat magical, like all elves, right? So we'll say that. We'll say you got some spell casting. You're also good with the bow and the sword, like the classic elven warrior from Basic. That's what we'll say. I could ask the Oracle. Let's see what the Oracle says. No. Yes. Wins ties. So no. So you're not a powerful magic user, but you are magic capable. Good question, though. So you pull Zaddy back up to the top. Heavier than I thought. Slap her around, throw some water on her, and she snaps out of it. She's got a big bump on her head, though, and she doesn't look happy. In fact, she might be a little bit fearful now of you guys. Tossing her again, so we'll see what happens with that. What do you do? It's all good. I hang out with the bears and badgers and such, and drink Milwaukee's best. Badgers, I got you. So yeah, that's my oracle. I like it. Of course, I wouldn't use it that often, but we're just making stuff up. Stuff. I will not be thrown again. My trust is waning. Figure out something that doesn't involve me. She stomps off towards her packback. Her backpack. Her packback? Her backpack. I've had it. Knew I couldn't trust a dwarf. While the elf leans against the cavern wall, watching this failed attempt, stroking a little badger that he keeps tucked away under his lapel. It is climbing down, then. It is because I do enjoy a good supper. All right, the dwarf is looking. One second. He's looking over the crevasse to see if he can see any way to see if there's any like portals below him. Maybe there is. The halfling was unconscious. She wouldn't have noticed, but I'll roll dice for that. Is there a opening? I don't know what good an opening would be. Maybe a different route to take? Yeah, I guess so. Alright, he's investigating. He's good with rocks. He could peer down. You don't have to lower him down. He could see at least 30 foot down. So let's see if he spots something like an opening or a ledge or something down on this side of the crevasse. And it comes up blank, blank, a no and a yes. Now again, this wins ties. Otherwise these would block each other out. But this is a tie. So that wins. So it's a yes. No fate or fortune involved. So it's a yes. He finds something. Is it a cavern mouth? A double yes. A blank and something misfortune. So there is, for sure, there's a big opening about 20 foot down. Kind of similar to what you're standing on right now, this 15 foot wide shelf. There's kind of another smaller shelf with a big mouth opening. So you could get down there, lower it right down. However, it is off to the side, so Zaddy wouldn't have, even if she wasn't knocked unconscious, she probably wouldn't have noticed it, and she would have definitely hit the solid wall regardless. So you can kind of move down to the right of this shelf, and you can get to it and lower yourself down with the twine and the rope. No rolls needed. So you can all lower yourself down to this new spot if you want. And it's basically a shelf like you're standing on right now, except a little smaller, a little bit more cramped. And you definitely see a mouth going into the cliff edge where you're standing, basically the direction that you came. But who knows where it goes? You didn't know about this. So you discovered something. So if you want to go down, you can do that. I assume you do. Do a little shimmying, a little rock climbing, I think. Are reading comments from somewhere else? No, I'm reading it. Throw a torch down to get an idea of deepness. The dwarf goes down first. I can see the YouTube chat. I only got one stream going, so there's no multiple stuff. So you guys have no trouble getting down. No problem whatsoever. Shimmy, 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 shimmy. I'm sure the Zaddy Rock's a little reluctant. But you can all make your way down. No problem. You can throw a torch down. It lands. Gives you some light as you go down further. And it's about, what did I say, 15 feet, 20 feet down? 20 feet down? So it's like 20 feet down. Not a bad climb. But if you slip, you will go off into the blackness. It's not a literal shelf that sticks out. It's actually built into the wall itself. So it's like sheer. All right? So, but you can get yourself down there. And I'll assume, because you got this fantastic elven twine, that it's no problem. All right? So you make your way down to this little spot. And peer into the blackness behind you, this new cavern mouth. We'll assume the dwarf looks first, followed by the rest of you. What do they see? That's what the tarot cards would be good for. That's part 2 of this setup with the oracle. There's a deck of cards that gets into the details and directions. Otherwise, I have to make it up and just find a yes and no. So you give me a question regarding this cavern mouth. It definitely goes deep into the side of the mountain. The questions would be, does it veer off to the left or the right? Does it go up? You don't want it to go up. Does it go down? What's your priority? And we'll consult. What do I smell? That's a good question. What do I smell? Is there a particular noticeable smell to the air in this particular location? I'm going to say it's likely. Okay? I'm going to say it's likely. We get a double no. But I get to re-roll one, and it has to be this one. This always breaks ties and overrides any other result, so this has to be re-rolled. If it comes up yes, it does. It comes up yes, so this overrides this no. Breaks ties. So yes, there is a nasty smell of death and decay and rot. Fresh blood. If there could be a smell associated, this would be it. Something is ahead. Does it veer to the left or the right? No. Does it veer down? Yes, it goes down. Deeper. And deeper. Almost a sheer drop-off. But yes, you can scale it. If you're careful, you won't roll down this cavern. So it definitely is in a direction you want to go. Assuming you carry on with this journey, you travel forward, torch in hand, leaving this crevasse behind you. And as you do, you get to a T intersection. It goes north, it goes right and left. To the right, you feel the smell get stronger. This smell of death and decay. So to the right is that strong smell. To the left, it doesn't smell as bad, and the air actually feels a little bit, you can feel a slight breeze, like the cavern itself is almost breathing itself. You can see the torchlight blow with the wind in the direction. But there's no smell here. Let me consult the oracle for something I'm not going to tell you about. Okay. So what would you like to do? Left or right? Or go back and get the hell out of this place? A tomb or a catacomb, perhaps, or worse. Well, let's remember, hiding in this cave is a cult that took some villagers. You're basically trying to find these villagers and rescue them. So somewhere in these depths, hiding, is this cult. That's your ultimate goal. Which way does the cult lie? That's the question. We're going to find out. No sounds. That's what my roll was for, that I kept secret. There was no sounds. Looks like we got votes to go left. Now to the left is the fresh air. Is that the way you want to go? Just to double check with you. The right was the smell of death and decay. Today, Quad 6, I am not using Restream. Restream has been giving me trouble, I guess. Because so far, I'm not getting any problems. Left is fresh air. Yeah, left is fresh air. The right is the smell of death and decay. You guys voted for left. Obviously, the halfling's going to say to the left. Fresh sunshine, perhaps. And then a good cooked meal. Definitely, the YouTube AI is having a tizzy. You having trouble, Quad 6? Two votes left, one vote to the right. It's up to the dwarf. Which way you going, dwarf? You haven't voted. Actually, it would be tied if he said to the right, wouldn't it? Alright, you guys want to go to the left? Left it is. Away from the smell of death and decay. Alright. Quad 6 says to the right, well, you haven't entered the fray yet. Hold on, Quad. Let me make a roll here. Whatever it is, it's going to be a no. Because this overrides anything else when there's a tie. So no wins out here. I'm not going to show you what the fate die is. Okay. The dwarf is busy making dinner. That's what it is. He's chowing down on his trail rations, not paying attention. Well, you've decided to go left towards the fresh air, dwarf, before you even realize it and finish your ration. You feel relieved that the smell has left you. Now you can actually eat. This cavern, like above, it winds left and right and goes deeper and deeper as you go. But the smell has left your nostrils, the smell being the death and decay. However, for a brief moment, in between steps, you pause, and the elf raises his fist in the air as if everybody stop moving. The elf has heard something. And that sound is the unmistakable voice in common tongue. You can hear the words, summon, and gods. But you can't make out the rest. It's kind of like gibberish lost in the echoes of the cavern. And it's coming in this direction that you're heading. What do you do? I am Sevilla. What am I after here? Flesh. I can never find the flesh. That and the green always disappear on me. Is that it? I'm half blind. You're at the T intersection. You've just turned left. So the T is actually behind you. At this stage, you've traveled about 50 feet down to the left. So it's about 50 feet behind you where that T intersection is. You don't smell anything else unusual, but you did hear, coming from the direction you're traveling, those words. There's a voice there, and it's repeating. So make of that what you will. You could be going in the right direction after all. Set up an ambush position. Thinking like a soldier. Doesn't sound like the voices are getting closer to you. Like they're coming in your direction. And you still hear it as you're sitting here. It's obviously some kind of a ritualistic type of conversation you're hearing. So it could be what you're looking for, essentially. So something lies further down this cavern. What am I thinking? Which could be the cult. So it's either time to turn around and get the hell out of here, or gird your loins and move forward and get ready for battle. That's what it seems like. I don't think the dwarf is a thief. The halfling might be a thief. Might be. What do you think, Zaddy? Find out, Squirrel. Is Zaddy a thief? I'll leave that up to her. These guys are plotting an ambush here. Maybe send a thief down there to get the attention of the cult. No idea how big the cult is. I don't know, you sure you want to get their attention? Of course, you're only hearing like one voice so far. Like, jeez. breaking in my oracle dice is what I'm doing. Just rolling some dice, making stuff up, that's all. I've been known to do that occasionally. Girding of loins. How you doing, Big Small? Boy, it's late for you, man. Just finishing up my painting. Working on flesh. These are the last of the Germans. I got myself all distracted running a little role-playing game session here. I was hoping to get these done, but now I'm all caught up. Unless somehow you can sneak down there and take a peek. Well, there you go. The halfling has revealed her knack for thievery. Sneaking about, perhaps. Knives in the shadows. That's her specialty. So she is indeed a thief. So a plan has been put forward. The plan being, let's ambush them at the T intersection, a mere 50 feet behind us. We'll send down the thief, maybe get their attention, and lure them back to our ambush at the T intersection. We'll both be waiting there, and we'll just clobber them when they come around the corner, when they come up the cavern. That's the plan. But number one, you don't know how many of them there is. There might be 50 folks coming up this cavern opening. It's kind of tight, so it'll be one at a time, but it would be a battle of attrition at that stage. But that is an option being put on the table. No problem, Small. I started when did I start? 2 hours ago? Yeah, kind of late for me, but yeah. Good to hear from you, Paul. Maybe I'll see you again tomorrow. Tomorrow being Wednesday, I'll definitely be streaming. So there is a thief in the party. No die roll needed. We're getting ready for my campaign to be starting very shortly. So I guess Sadarak's going to be the thief halfling. How awesome is that? Squirrel's going to be an elven spellcaster of sorts who's also good with bows. Dennet helmet, human warrior extraordinaire, a fancy man indeed, with his big halberd. Got a dwarf here. Not sure exactly what he does. Something on the warrior side of things. That's going to be March. All you're missing is a dedicated spellcaster. So being a sword and sorcery game, it's a very low magic setting, and spell casting isn't automatically successful. It doesn't work with spell slots. It's not a Vancian style thing. Gotta roll some dice. Things might go bad, although it's extremely rare. The cool thing about it is the way you choose spells. You randomly roll for your spells, and you get a few of them. And it could be any spell in the game that you get. Like you could get Fireball at first level. However, how powerful a spell is based on your level. So that even though you have this potentially really powerful Fireball, it's not such a big deal at level 1. But as you gain level 2, it can be more powerful. Level 3, it gets even more powerful. And this is the way it works in the game. This is how spell casting works. So all the spells are laid out for you. They're all available. And it's essentially randomly determined what you get. There might be some picking and choosing in there to a limited extent. I'll have the halfling risk her life. Half-elf artificer. Power armor paladin. Because a mecha can't fit into a building. There's no paladins in this setting. There's only 2 types of spellcaster. There's the magic user. And then there is the occultist. Or is it cultist? Cultist or occultist? Which is the equivalent of the cleric. But they're a little bit different. Bards do not cast spells, but bards do exist. Some have suggested a better description would be a skald. Fireball of faint warming. Yeah, right? But it is cool how it works. I kind of like that. And there's a chance spells could go terribly wrong. And all of a sudden you're growing tentacles and extra arms, or summoning some demon because you failed your roll. So spell casting is definitely a risky endeavor. But potentially really frickin' powerful. Nice. There's crossbows. There is an artificer type. So who wants to entice the cultists or whatever it is down there? Somebody has to go up ahead, scout around, and if it's the cult, lure them back to the T intersection. That's going to be Zaddy, I think. Zaddy, it looks like you're going to head down that path. It just makes sense. It just makes sense, Zaddy. Although, she's quite good at backstabbing and hiding in those shadows. She might be a good ambusher. Yeah. Maybe that would be better. It's hard to say. And as you sit there debating and making your plans, you begin to hear the chants get louder and louder. And this time, there's more than one voice. And the voices are a mix of, you're picking up some words in common, where you can hear the word dark gods. Someone saying, I summon you. And then you hear this chorus following those words in some tongue you don't recognize. Not even you, elf, can recognize this strange language being spoken. And it's getting louder as more voices join in. So it's like there's a lot. This ain't no half a dozen weirdos. This sounds like it's at least a dozen, if not more. And it's getting louder. This chanting. Quad 6, you're probably the leader of this cult. You've turned to the dark side. If it is indeed the cult, which is very likely at this stage. I think Zaddy's refusing to go down there. She pulls out her knife. You guys go down. I'm better off hiding in the shadows here. She slips off her backpack once again and demonstrates her dexterity and ease of hiding in shadows. Poof, suddenly you can't see her. I forgot, you're still in the cavern. You're nowhere near the T intersection. She jumps back out of the shadows and puts her backpack back on. Begins to run up the tunnel towards the intersection. Come on, who's with me? We're going to ambush him. So I guess that's that. She's not having this nonsense about her going up and getting anybody's attention. She stops, she turns around. And says, well, besides, who's going to cook the meals? Grug. Grug no like chunt. All right, squirrel. Enjoy that meal if you haven't already. Let me double check and see if there's any pictures. Nope, not yet. No pictures of wonderful food. Young Master Fenton has returned, and it is time to sup. Enjoy, Squirrel. Zadarak. I'll talk to you again, my friend. I'll go. Shield up, blade out, and dented helmets tilted. Strapped tightly. As the elf and the halfling suddenly run up the corridor and disappear into the darkness. They're heading back to the T intersection. Suddenly from the shadows, Grug no like chant. Grug say religion for Sundays. On Wednesday, Grug smash. Denton Elbin says, my silence as I walk down the path clearly shows my displeasure with such cowardice in the face of fear. It's just you and the dwarf, and this big old barbarian comes out of the shadows, coming from the direction of the chanting. He must have saw something, surely. He's got all kinds of cuts and scrapes on his body, like he's had a rough time of it. But I don't know. Maybe he was spying on the cult. Maybe he knows what's down there. Might have to beat him up a little bit, Dented, and find out, get some info off this barbarian. Who are you? Where do you come from? Time to break out the rubber hoses. Grug looks at his map. Sorry, Grug have wrong dungeon. Grug have wrong dungeon. Grug down here on weekend from Northland. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, great. The 2-meter-tall high elf in power armor. It makes them a meter taller. I hear someone's familiar. Yeah, I do too. Disrupted once again. Testing out my dice today. Testing out the Oracle. That's what I'm doing if you're curious. How's the screen? Yeah, how's the stream, you guys? Is it coming through all right? Like I said, I'm not using Restream today, and it seems to be perfect. I've had no issues since I started streaming on YouTube, so no problems whatsoever. So yeah, I guess I'll lay off the Restream. Freaking disconnecting me. These are done. These are done. This guy's done. I've got... Oh, they're done too. I just got these two. I'm doing flesh. Doing fine. Grug mother always talk of snake cult. Knit them many tea cozy. But shaman tell Grug snake cult had bad apples. Grug do own research. Grug conclude smash. You can play barbarians, by the way. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Let's see. Artificer. Barbarian. Barbarian. Let's look at the barbarian. Look at this great picture of the barbarian. Looks just like Grug. It's got the cuts and everything. You are a barbarian, a savage warrior from the tundra, mountains, deep forests, or sandy wastes. You might be a Viking raider, a Conan-like behemoth, or an Amazonian warrior woman. Unlike soft city dwellers, your long exposure to harsh elements has equipped you with primal endurance, ferocity, acute instincts. You are well versed in the use of weapons, but prefer armor that does not hinder your natural athleticism. Most barbarians are superstitious, illiterate, and have an abiding distrust of magic. So you can go up to 9 levels in this thing, and what this table is, every class has this, is it tells you what you get as you go up in each level. Very familiar if you've played any kind of D20 game. So for instance, at level 1, your attack bonus is a +1. It's what you get every time you make an attack roll. And as you go up in level, that number gets higher. 3rd level's +3. Okay? But here's where you get your abilities, your special class abilities. And the barbarian at 1st level has 2. He has ferocious rage and wildborn. So what we'll do is we'll look up those, and as you go up in level you get new ones, like at level 4 you're going to have +1 to your armor class, just boom, +1 to armor class. Level 8 you're going to have +1 to armor class again and get a new skill. There are skills in the game, but they're very minimalistic. It's very, very much like basic D&D. You either have a skill or you don't. If you're skilled in something, it basically gives you a +1 to your die roll and access to what's called re-rolls. And everybody has so many re-rolls they can use in a game. If you don't have the skill, you don't get the +1 and you don't get any re-rolls. And all it is, it's a D20 roll, and you roll under your ability score. No modifiers outside of what the GM gives or what you get from your level. That's all it is. So it's very much like traditional D&D. If you remember, ability checks used to be, I think in the Rules Cyclopedia, a D20 roll under. So it uses the same mechanic. Very simple. So if you ever need to use a die roll for doing something, and it's associated with a skill, that's how it works. D20, roll under the ability score. Boom, that's it. So let's read Ferocious Rage. As a barbarian, you may harness primal and ferocious rage, transforming you into a fearsome and bloodthirsty combatant. Sounds cool to me. You begin an adventure with 1 use of this ability per level. So if you're level 2, you get 2 uses. Level 4, 4 uses. Unless noted otherwise, you may expend a use of this ability as part of your normal action to rage. When you do so, choose one effect from the list below to apply. If an effect requires a constitution check, something that barbarians are good at, usually pretty high, you may use a reroll. Again, rerolls are a thing in this game. You get access to them with certain uses of skills or abilities. And it's just what it sounds like. You get to reroll the die once. Your rage may be loud, bellowing, etc., or quiet, such as a burning glare with seething, which you decide each time you invoke it. You may, in other words, you describe it. Is it loud or is it quiet? You may regain expended uses by taking a short or long rest. Short or long rests are very similar to how it works in 5e, but it's different. It's not the same, not as beneficial as it is in 5e. Same terminology, though. So if Grug rages, He's seething. He's just his veins are popping, and you can just see this spittle come off his mouth. His eyes are turning red. He's just raging. So he looks at his options. Your rage may be loud. I read that. You can gain a +2 bonus on melee attack and damage rolls and luck rolls. This rage effect lasts a number of rounds equal to your con modifier. Say he's got a +2 to his constitution, so it would last 2 rounds of combat. So for 2 rounds, he can have that +2 to damage and attack rolls. That's pretty good. And that would be 1 use of the rage. Or he could do this. He could say, you know what, I'm going to gain advantage. There is advantage and disadvantage in this game, which I like. Gain advantage on a strength check, attempting a feat of physical power, such as lifting the portcullis or grabbing that big boulder that's blocking the path and pushing it out of the way. He could use his rage to do this. Another option is once per combat. When you suffer damage, you may trigger your rage to reduce that damage by half. So he's in the middle of a battle. A spear gets him in the back from that nasty scorn creature. You take a massive amount of damage. He's down to 2 hit points. He just took 6. Well, he could trigger his rage right now. Boom! And half the damage. So his 6 would become 3. So it wouldn't have been so bad. That's another use right there. Boom! He's just resistant to that spear. Another option is once per target. After causing damage with a melee weapon, you may attempt a con check to also inflict a relevant trauma roll, which are kind of like serious injuries, knock a guy unconscious. That's what that is. So you can do a little bit more besides just cause damage. And finally, one more option. There's 5 here. A 5th option is when you are subject to a mental effect, magical or otherwise. Maybe someone's trying to charm him from the shadows, some evil wizard. Such as fear, charm, confusion, or compulsion. You may trigger your rage as soon as he senses this magic influencing him. He could turn on his rage and attempt a con check to negate it. Madness cannot be negated using this ability. Yes, you can go insane in this game. Remember, it's sword and sorcery. So, if something maddening suddenly appeared before him, he can't use this ability to rage to nullify the effect of the madness. But other effects, like fear and magical charm and stuff, can. So there's 5 uses of ferocious rage. And finally, he's got one more ability at level 1. First level, it's called Wildborn. Your athleticism and survival skills, which you get when you take this class, grant you advantage on wilderness lore checks, and you ignore skill penalties for medium armor. So he'd ignore the penalties to that skill because you're wearing armor. Yeah, and that's it. Those are the abilities of the barbarian. I like that a lot. That's pretty freaking cool. And that's it. They start off with hit points equal to their constitution score plus their level times 2. So if he's level 1, he's going to add 1 to whatever his constitution score is. Say he's got a 16 constitution. His hit points would be 17 at level 1. It's quite a bit of hit points, but that's intentional in this game. Gives you a little bit more survivability, so you don't die with one shot at level 1. Could happen, but rare. Skills. Athletics, wilderness lore, plus roll a d10 3 times. And it can result in acrobatics, animal lore, deception, detection, divine lore, gather info, leadership, persuasion, watercraft, or stealth. So basically, you automatically get athletics and wilderness lore, and then you roll a d10 to see what additional 3 skills you start with. There's a lot of randomness in the game, which I like. A lot of die rolls, tables to refer to. It's great stuff for that. Very old school. So there you go. That's the Barbarian. That's Grug. That PDF I just showed on the screen, that's free. That's the playtest, the last playtest, which is free. I haven't bought the game yet. I'll get access to the PDF though, as well as the hardcover when I buy it. But until then, I've got the playtest. And it's like 90%, 95% what you're going to get with the final printed version, except the things that I see is they left out the adventure creations stuff, the section on dungeon generation, that's not in there. The solo rules aren't in there. It's just missing those little bits and chunks. Otherwise, it's all pretty much, that's the game. This is Tales of Argosa. This is the game I said you would like. I know you would like it. It's very straightforward, practical, and I just think you'd like it. Not complicated. It's old school, out the wazoo. It's got solo rules in it that are really good. Better than the Dragonbane ones. Lots of cool tables and stuff. It's got wandering monsters and things. It's got all that stuff. But I'm going to play it as a campaign. It's going to be my game alongside Hyperborea. I think I'm going to be playing both of those as my campaigns this fall. 'Cause I really like this Tales of a... God, I can never remember the name. Argosa. Tales of Argosa. I really like it. It's simple. It's unique. It's got a great set of rules for using oracles and a Tarot deck. I like it. I'm going to have Jake roll up some characters. For it. Let me finish these little hands. I've got the Foundry module for Argosa and Hyperborea. I've been messing around with them. It's good stuff overall. I'm liking it. There, got all the skin done. But like I said before, this campaign, it's going to be long-term. Both that and Hyperborea. Long-term, so it's going to be very much sandboxy, choose your adventure, whatever the heck you want to do, and that kind of thing. It's going to be long-term. Players can drop out at any time. I'm going to bring new people in as we play. It's just going to be something I'm going to be running for hopefully years to come. Unless something better comes along right now. This is what I'm planning on doing. So, people can play at their leisure. All set in Mythgard. Yes, bog goblins. Ree got me D100 for my books of tables. Plural. It's her birthday today. Happy birthday, Ree. 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 And many more. There you go. Play that back for her. Working sadly, but I'll dash up the road and get her some form of baked goods. Happy birthday to you. I didn't see that pop up on my Facebook. I usually get her on... Oh, I know why. I got her as friends on Facebook, but it's my old account. If you remember, I think a couple of years ago, I had to make a new account. She still has the old account, because I remember she was telling me, she was messaging me something, and I wasn't getting them. So she's got my old account. It's basically the same name. Alan Fritz is my name on Facebook, but she's got the older one. That's why I didn't get an update of her birthday. I have to actively find her again. And she probably wouldn't add me because it's just me again. She might think it's fake. So let her know. If she gets another friend request from Alan Fritz, that's the good one. That's me. The other one's a dead account. I can't access it no more. That's why I didn't know it was her birthday. I'm going to write it down, actually, and put it in my calendar. I got everybody else's in there. No, actually, I take that back. I do have her. She's right here. It says September 3rd. I do have it written down, so it's my bad. I bad. I have to put it in my Google Calendar. Self-loading semi-auto crossbow with 20-bolt drum cylinder, a tower shield, and Zweihander is the cult leader. And I have to play the bad guy. He sounds pretty nasty if you ask me. Didn't have enough to finish the statement in one comment. It's doing fine. Where did you get the Oracle dice, Fritz? Fritz made them. I just made them. I have a bunch of blank dice. Use permanent marker. You can buy them. Go to Pickpocket Press. No, Pickpocket Games. They're the ones that publish Tales of Argosa. And there's a link to where you can get them. But I haven't bought them yet. I will. But you can just make your own. I figured out how many sides have what and what they look like, so this is pretty much the same thing. And I love the Oracle. This is fantastic. I used it today, of course, and it works. It's good. And you can control it to some extent. Like if something is more likely to come up, you can modify with rerolls one of those dice. There's actually 5 dice if you buy them. The 5th die I don't have. It's an activity die. And I don't know why every role-playing game should use an activity die. Whenever you come across NPCs, what are they doing? Well, instead of rolling a table, just have a D6 and each face has a different activity, like socializing, sleeping, eating, you know? And that's what this game also utilizes. It has a fifth of these die. A 5th die is part of this, that you only roll to determine the activity of the NPCs. And it's just a D6 roll. So I got to make one of those. Or just wait till I buy them. Which I love. Danke. I'll mention it tonight. It's the Fritz birthday special. Not my birthday. It's not a big one. Mine's in 2 weeks. September 18th. Yeah, I got that written down too. I got to put these in my calendar though, or I'm going to forget. 2 weeks, and I've got my presents. Paint, except for the Dark Age Army Builder, which is coming. Oh, that box, the Dark Age Army Builder that you were showing me. I keep thinking it's some kind of app on your phone. The newer Army Painter paints are so much better, way more dense, so they need thinning. And AK, probably less for the fantasy colors and more for the historical ones, just awesomeness. I even bought some half-decent brushes, which I never do. Boy, you're buying a lot of paints and miniatures. Got enough rule books, right? I am going to buy Kill Team, the starter set. I'm going to buy that for me and Jake. And I'm going to let him paint whatever faction he wants. It's either the Space Marines that come in it, some kind of special Space Marines, and Plague Marines, which we already have a little decent-sized collection of, but I'm going to let him paint in its entirety, one of those, whatever he wants, and that'll be his faction for the starter games that we're going to play. So you'll be seeing him in the chats with me painting every weekend. That's what he's going to be working on, besides this stuff, the Flames of War, which is nearing completion. I could a new game. Some new games. Hi, Matt. All I use is AK. Dead Zone terrain should be really good for a kill team. Oh yeah, that's right. I got a ton of that from the starter box. Yep, that'll be perfect for Kill Team. I got tons of terrain. I've even got the first edition of Kill Team in my collection. I've got all the terrain for that, and I haven't painted it yet. Along with the 40k terrain I got, so I got more than enough terrain. And I guess the starter box comes with little MDF terrain, which will be interesting. MDF instead of plastic. Don't have to paint it, I guess. I think. I don't know. I never looked at that part of it. What does that say? I can't read it. Halbernacht? The Mimic Elf? Is that the name? You want me to look them up on YouTube's? Let me do that now. Wait, what is it? The Mimic Elf? The Mimic Elf. The Mimic Elf. Let me go over to YouTube again. Halbernacht. The Mimic Elf. Halbernacht's Tabletop, is that it? Is it a dude or a woman or what? Who is that? Halbernacht's Tavern. I think that's what you're talking about. Oh no, wait a minute. Halbernacht's Elven Activities. I see two of them. Must be Tabletop. I'll look at the chat in a second. It's a dude. VTuber. Yeah, you did say VTuber. Huh. Yeah, he does do what I do. That's always interesting. Copy. I'll put his link in the chat here. Check out this VTuber. Kind of does what I do. Did I post it? Where is it? Is that, yeah, that's it. Halbernacht's Tabletop, it's called. Green-haired elf in the... Yeah, I saw it. Oh, he's currently alive. Well, I just gave him a shout-out. Let him know I gave him a shout-out. He owes me one. Let me go over to his stream, actually. What is today? Tuesday? So that's the channel. Now, he does do kind of the same thing I do. That's pretty cool. There's a lot of people that do what I do. Maybe I should become a VTuber. There. I just heard him mention Rookie. Rookie, you over there? What are they? Chaos Space Marines? Yeah, they are. A magnetization there. Those are nice bases. Of course, you guys can't hear what he's saying. He's painting away over there. I'll give him a subscription. Subscribe. Even though I do my own. I don't know why I'd be watching somebody else's stuff. But he could use the support there and the shout out, so there. Good to see folks doing that stuff. Let me mute it so I can do my chat over here. Gotta find my chat. There it is. Okay, we're back. Back, and everything's in order. All right, let me see. Been streaming for 3 hours, so it's about that time. But I'm not going to end yet, so hold on. Don't everybody just disappear and say goodbye. See ya, see ya, see ya. That's it, just because I meant it, hinted at it. Hold on. Hold on. You guys are so eager to get out of here. I did want to finish these, but I don't think I will. I'm in no rush, though. Sci-fi terrain. We found some tins on Temu. Kind of like shipping containers. They're pretty good. Maybe close to 172, but very usable. What are they? Sci-fi terrain. Just some random terrain bits? Yeah, I guess that would be decent. Something from Temu. They get criticized quite a bit as the El Cheapo Amazon service. Amazon-like service. What? Oh my God. Alright, come on. Let's give you a little water in your dishage. Deep focus. Here. There you go. Are you just gonna pull all my toys down onto the floor there? Can't believe I called my miniatures toys. Wow. Let me paint some rifles. Flat brown? I want flat brown. Flat brown, James. Flat brown, flat brown. You could also use Altoids tins as munitions crates. What did he actually put? On the topic of sci-fi terrain, we found some tins on Temu. So they're actual tins that you're using as terrain. Flatten out the logo, I mean. Tins. Tins isn't a word we use over here in the States for any purpose. It's just the way it is because we're Americans. So I don't use it that much. I'm a numbhead. Get down! Damn it! Oh. All right. Oh, it looks like I'm looking at my models here, and I swear 2 of them are missing. 2 bases of guys here are missing. Walter got on this and almost dumped it all on the floor. I thought for sure I had a full platoon and then 4 more bases, but I guess I don't. a full platoon and 2 bases. I don't know, man. Let me see what I got left here. I gotta double check. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I got 8. And then I got 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It's 4 more bases. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that would be exactly what I need. And then I've got platoon command and an extra guy, platoon command and an extra guy, and then 2 small bases of 3 guys each for the headquarters and second in command. So that would be, let's see, I need 3 more. That's 1. I don't know if I'm missing 2 guys or not. Well, I'm certainly not missing 2 bases, or 8 figures, so I guess they're all there. Ay, ay, ay. I can't paint anymore. I'm all flustered here. We did our 3 hours. But we're almost done. Tomorrow I'll finish these off and we'll base them. I should be able to do all that tomorrow. And the Germans will be done. Yeah, all we got to do at that point is just texture the bases, flock them, seal the whole thing, and they're good to go. So when Jake comes up, he'll be able to fight against the German infantry. Some Pack 40s. All he has right now is Shermans out the wazoo, 75s and 76s. I won't use my Panzer IVs. He'll have to go up against the whole force of 2 platoons of German infantry and 2 Pack 40s. We'll see how good he does against that. With anti-tank capability, baby. I don't know what that comes to point-wise. Seems pretty legit. He might even have the advantage. I think he's got 9 Shermans in all. At least 2 76s, maybe 3. How's he going to take on the infantry, though? We're going to have to read the rules for tank assaults on infantry, which is never a good idea. Never. He's going to have to lay down the MG fire, because the main guns aren't going to do anything against those infantry. I don't have any high explosives. Yeah, that might be a problem, actually. I might hold off on that battle until I finish the Paras. Damn. Then I could use my Panzer IVs and he can use his US Paras. Then we can have a decent battle. Maybe I'll wait. Scheisse! Cargo containers. Lots of hidden terrain. Okay. Could also use Altoids. If you want to flatten out the logo, I mean. Here's a pic. I'm going to take a look. That link shows what I'm talking about. Okay, I have to go to YouTube. Let me see. Does this work? Oh, it does. Oh, okay. Oh, they're nice. Like railroad cars. That's what they are. I wouldn't call them tins. But that's what they are, technically. Tins. I'm going to turn them into these. This is what you bought? Is this actually what they look like? That's pretty good. Pretty useful then. Huh. One is the loneliest number. Do, 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 do. Currently still is having one. VTube. Delve through linguistically uniform. They're about 28 millimeter-ish. Good. That's big. A few bucks and fully painted. Yeah, that's not bad then. If they look like that. They'd be nice to have in the collection. Don't you start too, Coopers. Come on. Pipes. Let me get out of there. $8:27, 8:30. Good stream today, James. I'm excited. Can't wait to get to the table with the infantry. It's going to feel good. I think, wow, holy smokes, I'm back where I started. Almost. Oh, man. That feels funny. It's been so long. Because I was really a World War II gamer, man, for a long time there. And I had built a pretty sizable collection of Germans and Americans. And I still have a lot of unpainteds, but I sold all my stuff, my village that I made. I gave all my terrain away. So one thing I am going to do is I'm going to spend a weekend with Jake building a village of Normandy-based buildings from scratch. And I'm going to use the last time I did it, I made it out of a corrugated card. I made little templates based on actual photographs of buildings of French countryside villages. I got the scale right and everything, and I made these little templates that you could, use with cardboard and actually make these buildings. I still have them. So what I'm going to try this time, I'm going to try and make them with mounting board or foam core and make them so they actually have removable roof or floors. I want to be able to take them off and have guys inside instead of sitting on the outside of the building all the time. So I'm going to put some effort into this one, and I'm going to do that with Jake. That's going to be fun. Handmade. None of this 3D printing stuff. This is handmade. You got to do some handmade stuff, man. Got to have some handmade buildings in there. I think Jake will enjoy that. Got to show him how you make your own stuff. That'll be pretty cool for him. He's a crafty fellow. Artsy. Not like his father. Let's see how good he does. Put together a whole village. Acrylic paint. When I paint these kill teams up, I'm going to use that the medium and try and make something similar to speed paints for those guys, because I don't have all the paint colors I want. So I'm going to really experiment with it then, because those are the bigger figures, and my only concern is that when you're doing this, when you're making your own little mixes here, it's like a one-shot thing. Because I don't have spare bottles. I'm not going to be able to save this. I don't know. I could probably use the wet palette for that, right? Do you think? I hope it doesn't flood it with water. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll use the wet palette when I do those figures and see how it works. Of course, I'd have to prime them with the old zenithal going on there. I'd have to give them the old white. Yeah. And if it don't work, I'll use the speed paints too when I do it. But I'm going to try using the medium with a few colors to get the right color I want. I'm debating whether or not I want Jake to actually use speed paints. It'll be slap chop. Because I really want him to learn how to use his brush and develop a steady hand and stuff. And those frickin' speed paints are very susceptible to, flowing all over the place. Could be a disaster. I don't want him to do that, so I don't know. Maybe I'll have him just paint like he should, so he could learn this and see where he sets before I have him start doing speed paints. I'll think about that one. What do you think? I'll think about that. I won't have that for a couple of weeks or something, I think. Got to save some money for one. Plus, I'm in no rush, and I want to finish my project for Flames of War first before I go doing that. But that'll be fun. I love starter sets. I love getting a full starter set and just painting the whole thing and getting it all done, and it's like its own little project, and then you can play games with it afterwards. So that's going to be fun. So hopefully, if all goes according to plan, Jake will be part of this from beginning to end with this starter set. I'll open it with him. We'll talk about it. We'll get into it. Spread out. You take these. I'll take those. Take them apart. Put them together. Paint them. Look at the rule books. Get interested and psyched about the new factions. And see if I could guide him and have him experience the whole process. A little at a time. See what happens. I think that would be good for him. Because then once he sits down after painting this stuff and hearing about it 24/7 and sits down to play with them, I have a feeling that's where the magic will kick in. That's where he'll get it. He'll get it. Like, these guys are mine. I painted them. He'll have some investment in it emotionally. He's attached to these guys now like we are. He'll get a sense of what that's like. I don't know. Too soon? I don't know. That's where he gets into the hobby. Don't use them on a wet palette. Wait a minute. Let me go back here. The tricks. Everything I saw on Timo. Lots of craft materials. I want to build some villas. What I mean is just doing normal painting, which I always avoid. Why? Why is that? Why have you always avoided just normal painting? You should. The big paint sets are expensive. You were so close to getting the ratio. I haven't given up. I know I was. I liked not the matte. The matte was okay, but it wasn't fluid. It wasn't flowing, man. Where is that freaking dwarf? But the airbrush thinner, that really gave it the consistency I wanted. You know, to be honest with you, let me get this in focus. To be honest with you, not that I'm ever deceiving you guys, but when I look at this guy, the end results, it actually looks the way it should. You can see the white highlights. So it does actually do the trick. Now this shoulder pad was my very first spot I painted. That was a little bit heavier and thicker, but you know, if you look at it, even that's got the highlights showing. So it definitely works. Especially this part up here. That came out pretty nice. And when I was doing this, it looked to me like it was too thin. Which it was. But yeah, I'm not upset with that. That actually worked good. Even the very first one does. Huh. 3D printed, by the way. Do you know this dwarf here is from One Page Rules? And it is exactly like the Mantic dwarves. I mean, exactly. How could they do that? I mean, they're duplicating Mantic's designs here. How they legally get away with that? Not copyrighted? But it is exactly, even the boots. Anyway. Oh. You kids and your speed paints. Oh, they're fun, man. I ain't no kid, but man, I'm having a good time with them. They're actually fun to use. Very satisfying. I like having the paint just flow off the brush the way it does. It's nice. But yeah, I get it. I will always say speed painting is not painting. I don't consider that painting. Don't tell nerds nerd. She knows, actually. I've said that many times. I don't consider it painting because it's not. It's really not. Come on. It's like having a paint between the lines and saying that's art. Now, come on. But it's a useful tool for wargamers because we sometimes want to get a lot of stuff done. And in my case, quickly. So it really comes in handy, and I like how the end result is. It actually looks really nice. So I have painted some figures that are entirely done with speed paints, and I've painted a bunch of figures that are kind of a mix, a balance of speed paints and normal paints. Not using a medium, just normal acrylic paints, and it's great, it works. Now next, I'm going to try using the medium with some pure acrylic paints and using that to supplement my speed paints instead. Where's the part about the wet palette? Don't use the wet palette. Okay. Hear me out. Speed paint is a little viscosity going on there. All you did was make it too thin. Okay. You had enough medium and thinner, but not enough paint. Yeah. I wouldn't use the wet palette. Wet palette breaks up the acrylics pretty fast, in my opinion. Some acrylics too. Each time you added just a little bit too much thinner or medium to paint, ratio should be 3. Okay, you're right, I did. I noticed that myself. Because I hate these dropper bottles. Drop paint, 1 medium, 1 thinner. Should be 3 to 1. Or 3 to 2, actually. 3 to 1 each. I always felt like I had to do things super fast and save my hands. Now I'm learning to go slow and layer up. But even speed paint isn't as thin as a wash. Don't be overzealous with the additives. These results look fine, comparable to speed paints. I agree. What I'm saying is just put a single... It must drive you crazy seeing me do this. You have to be screaming at the screen. That's too much, you fool! You fool! Driving James crazy. There's a smidge mix there. You kids and your speed paintage. Well, March, I am terribly lazy, but trying to break that spell. Do want to get myself on it. Awesome for base coating. When you realize speed paint shows you where to put the highlights, James says, and shades, it can be very powerful. But my best results have been over light gray or bone and highlighting with acrylic. Underpainting will do that for you too. There you go. There you go. Do you ever paint with stains? I used to stain paint my miniatures. A whole different style, but very similar to speed paints because you're using inks to actually paint your miniatures. It literally just stains them. Pretty dull, faded looking models actually. Oh, there it is. I'm pretty patient. Oh, no, you're not. You're not patient. I know so many people that are not patient. Jesse's one of them. Kyle's another one. I think you are too, James. But you hold it back. You hold it back. I can tell it builds up. Your head turns red. You're ready to explode. Boom. Pretty patient for a bit temperamental on some things. You guys are always patient and helpful to me. Substitute ink and acrylic in your mix and you will get better results. Inks need mediums, baby. Baby. When I stained, I used inks that were just thinned with water. If at all, sometimes mixed with normal paints. The undercoat was the most important thing. But I don't know, everything was faded. It's a different look. It's great for things like American Civil War Confederates, for example, where you get this worn look and everything's kind of faded and stuff. It's really good for that. Kind of like how oils are really good for a grim dark thing, right? We were talking about that before. I don't want to get into that. Sync and a mix, you get better results. I think I read that. If I get a bit eye twitchy, I took it away. I saw that. Something about eye twitching. Gets a little testy. If the eye starts twitching, look out. I know all about it, James. I'm quite observant, I can tell. Hopefully not too often around me. But I have seen it elsewhere. You under here? Oh. Oh. Vallejo ones went to pot. Faithful servant. Jams. You are, and I appreciate it. Underpainting, we'll do that for you too. I've gotten away from inks. Vallejo once went to pot. I read that. Vallejo suck now, and it is heartbreaking. Why don't I see that on my chat ninja? But I could see it on Yahoo or YouTube. I'm not what you serious painter. Air bubbles. That didn't show up on my chat ninja for some reason. Not sure why. Messages disappear from my chat ninja. But thankfully I've got the YouTube chat docked on my OBS so I could see it right away. This is the last thing I got from Chat Ninja. That right there. That's the last thing I got. Which means I got the last 4 messages from James. I didn't get those. I got them on YouTube, but I didn't get them in Chat Ninja. I got this. I don't know why it's doing that. The Vallejo Express and New Game Color are to be avoided. Did you delete your message there? Because it disappeared again on my Chat Ninja, but not on YouTube. Why is that doing that? That's the last one I got. Is Chat Ninja deleting your messages? Or are you doing that? What's up with that then? Maybe Chat Ninja doesn't like you. Why would it do that? I did delete much older ones. Huh. I'm gonna have to look into that. Switching to AK. You guys say that AK is the best? The best all-around paints? Even compared to Vallejo? AK Interactive. No more Panzer Aces? Oh, stop. many paints you get in these. Got some nice paint sets. How many paints are in this thing? It's $30. How many are in this? Just one? Can't be just one. It's written like it's just one. Pack of one count. I got AK Napoleonic set. Basic colors. Wash. Okay, fantastic historical colors. I use a wet palette. Yes, they hold together much better in my opinion. Scale 75 and Army Painter. Also good. How many paints are in this kind of set here? Let me go back. They're not bad priced, actually. 6 paints. That's not bad priced at all. Metallics, steel, gold. So these are sets of 6, I think. Wow. Basic starter has more. Some sets they do are smaller and more focused. More like 4 paints. Bigger sets are usually 18. Yeah, not at that price. That's right, the basic starter has more. Probably 5. Beat me to it. Their historical signature, mix of colors. They do ACW incident. Reminds me of the other ones I really like, which are not scale color. What are they? They're you know what I'm gonna say. I mention them all the time. Where are they? These. Andrea. They're packaged like Andrea. Kinda. Yeah, Andrea paints come in packs like this. Where are they? Ugh! Oops, that's the wrong thing. What happened to my camera? There it is. They're packaged like in sets. Like here's the non-metallic paint set. And there's 6 paints in here. Then they have a blue one, they have a red one, they have a brown one. These are nice and thick so you can thin them to your heart's content. Yeah, I got a bunch of these sets here. 3 of them actually. That's one of them. That's the non-metallic metals. I really like Andrea's. I use them all the time. Especially the browns. But they're like for, you know, they got 6 paints in there and they're all designed for painting brown colors. You got 6 paints for that. So when it comes to layered painting, that's what it's all about. It's like if you were working on 28 mil or busts or modeling, they're perfect for that. Of course, I seldom use them that way. Just gives me more options for brown. The blue set is fantastic because now I can get the uniform colors for Union troops, which was always a dog for me, and for French infantry and Prussians. That one set really gets the tones of the blue right. I've been streaming forever, Wardrobe. I don't think I've really stopped. Have I stopped? Have I taken any long extended breaks? I think I have. I think I took a... not this year. Last year I think I took a few months off. Disappeared from everything for a few months. I think I've done that maybe twice. But otherwise, I've been on here every freaking other day, at least, for the past 12 years. 13 years now. Like I tell people, I'll always be here, folks. You guys are the ones that disappear. I'm always here. You can find me painting away. Yeah, I did. It was a while I took a break. I think it was last year or the year before. I took an extended break because I completely burned out doing commissions. Oh, that was rough. I think it put me in the hospital. I think that was right around the time. But otherwise, I've been on here. Doing my thing. What you been up to, Wardrobe, by the way? You're at the tail end because I'm going to end this pretty soon. I'm wore out. We're going on 4 hours now. And I'll be back again tomorrow because tomorrow I'm going to finish off the Germans. I'm going to finish them off. Painting's going to be done. The basing is going to be finished. Couple pack 40s, 2 platoons of Germans, and company headquarters. That'll all be done. And we got to work on the basing. A bust? Maybe one day. Because it would just be fun. I'm always saying, oh, I love painting. I love paint. It's great. I do this for the painting nowadays. Well, let's see. Let's get a bust or something that I could really just for display purposes, you know, not for gaming, just for display. Maybe show it off in a board game or something, you know, like have Napoleon's big head sitting there as I play some Napoleonic game. It was Paul Alba. He told me, don't waste your time on busts. You're a war gamer first. Don't waste your time painting that stuff that ain't going to get used on the table. I'd figure out a use for it. Put it on my dice tray. Right? It'd be part of a dice tray. I'm playing Napoleonic games. Yeah, there you go. I don't know when I'm going to be playing Napoleonic games again. LaSalle. Yeah, great set of rules. Tactical. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'd like to try Rommel again, to be honest with you. And I'll be able to. I'd like to try that. I really enjoyed that. It isn't something I would play all the time, but I could see myself playing it a lot in bursts. Because it's a different scale of game. It was awesome. It really was an awesome game. I mean, a base like this would be a company in that game. So you're forming battalions. Panzergruppe. You're forming these big forces moving. That's pretty freaking cool. You know, it's kind of like a board game, but I don't play a lot of World War II board games. So it's, you know, it is definitely different for me. I guess if you're a World War II board gamer, you can feel the similarity, except maybe it's in 3D. I'd like to play Rommel again. I might actually invest in that again and play it, because I did sell it all off. If you've never played Rommel, you should. It's a nice change. New experience. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't paint like that with my wargame figures. I mean, just one highlight, mid-coat, and a shade. And even then it's probably a wash or a speed paint. I don't go to that level with them. Like when you get one of these Andrea paint sets, you can really go hog wild. Like one set is dedicated to that one color. And it's everything in between that makes up that color. It's ridiculous. Artiste. I have quite a few World War II board games, which is probably why I don't need to do it in miniature. Yeah, I'd like to get Rommel again. Because every time I played it, and I only played it about 3 times, I think I recorded every battle, I just had a crazy good time. Unlike any other game I've played, this game you can see and you get what's going on a larger scale. Like, you know, I've mentioned this many times. What do you want? Go on. I'm going to stop you in a minute. God damn. What was I saying? You know, those breakthroughs and then, you know, surrounding this bulge type of thing, that kind of stuff. Breakouts. It's just like that on the tabletop. Yeah, you don't really get that or see that with smaller scale games. At least I don't. Like I had one scenario where on one side of the board was a battalion of something that were trapped. And they were trying to break out. Okay? The Americans are positioned all along the front lines. But further, deeper into the table, and I'm talking lengthwise here, there was a force of Germans trying to help them to break out from this area. So there was all this fighting going on and encirclements. That's the word I want. You get a lot of that stuff going on, and it's so cool. It's like you're looking at this at a higher up on a map, you know. And I never really got that playing, say, Flames of War or Battle Group. Obviously, they're smaller scale, but you would think to some degree it would be kind of similar, but it's not. There's too much all over the place going on. But this actually looked like focused, concentrated forces moving the way they would on a larger scale. That was pretty good. And it is. Rommel. So maybe we'll see some of that too in the future, because I'm going to do a lot more with World War II. Like I said, I'm going to do the 28s, and do some platoon squad level stuff. I'm going to be doing a lot of company stuff. I'll probably do battle group again, because it's one of my, not battle group, I'll probably do that too, but the other one is called O group, and that's one of my favorites too. So I'm going to be all over the place. We're going to explore the Pacific. Hopefully I'm going to start doing some naval stuff as well. So yeah, I've got some plans there with World War II. I'm not going to be so restrictive this time. I'm going to explore some new stuff. Maybe even get some Aussies in the action. Commanded by Mr. James Lister. I'll put your relatives in there. Paint up a base. No tattoo. All right, folks, I'm going to call it here. It's 9:09. I got to work out tonight. I got to go get the clothes out of the dryer for Jesse, because he's working. And I got to eat something. So look for me tomorrow, James. March. Look for me tomorrow. Dented helmet. We're going to pick up with this. I'm going to finish off these Germans and get them done. My relative Studley Gahan. Studley Gahan. I gotta take care of the cats before they drive me insane. Especially Walter. That's why I count painting as separate. All right, March, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Folks, hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Enjoy the rest of it. It's going to be awesome. Awesome rest of the week. Just getting started here. Lots to get done. Lots of good times await us. So we'll talk to you all soon. So thanks everybody for joining. James, March especially. We were there till the end today. Fantasticals. And I hope I get you guys painting too. So get your brushes ready. Plan your projects. Let's get cracking, wardrobe. None of this holding back. We'll talk to you guys soon. So folks, hang in there, and you know why. It's only going to get better. Talk to you soon.